Let's do this. There's a mod which enables mob friendly fire. Yeah, but the point of this isn't to make it fair. The point of this is to be a challenge. Am I not into MGS? What does that have to do with anything?
Maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten land.
What's up, Nick? Hey, Ahmed, thank you for the 2 months.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded. The symbol of the curse. An augur of darkness.
Hey, Monkey D. Luffy, thank you for the... What is that, 5-month resub? Thank you, man. Yo, Nick, thank you for the resub, man, as well. He loves Dark Souls 2.
None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls. A hollow.
Am I gonna get 2 times souls when killing bosses? I don't know.
Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built
I actually don't know if the modder made it so you get 2x souls. I honestly don't. I don't know if you do.
Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
I feel like because I commissioned a guy to make
choice, stranger.
like 2x for the randomizer, but I don't know. I remember I wanted him to make it so the bosses gave 2x souls, but I don't know if he did. No, this is not randomized. I'm just saying that I commissioned somebody to do that. Hey, Bonamana, thank you for the 62 months.
Like a moth drawn to a flame, your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time.
The thing is, I actually feel like 2x boss randomizer is easier, except for like, I mean,
Is your fate.
it's hard to say exactly, but
the fate of the cursed.
like some of the bosses in this game are like half the bosses in DS2 you can like fucking absolutely shit on. So like, you know, let's say in the like I think in the if you were to do 2x randomizer, the early game is going to be a lot harder and the late game is going to be potentially a lot easier, because instead of getting 2 blue smelter demons, you could get blue smelter demon and then fucking covetous that you kill in 3 shots. Or like you could, instead of double burnt ivory king, you could have burnt ivory king plus fucking flexile sentry, or like plus a skeleton lord plus dragon rider plus, you know what I mean? It's just, the randomizer has potential to be harder, but it's not like, it's just, I mean, it's random, obviously, haha. But Dude, how am I gonna kill 2x Ancient Dragon? Is this even fucking possible? No, I'm not doing permit. Yes. I'm thinking I'm gonna start as Explorer as usual, cause yeah, it's probably the best. I'm kind of tempted to start. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The healing wares aren't really as important. I think I'm gonna start Bonfire Ascetic. I might use Magic. Magic is just not that good though. I mean, for this run, maybe Magic is good. I don't know. Like, I actually don't know what I should do for this run. I haven't really planned this out. Well, I kind of want to go Bonfire Ascetic. Do melee. I mean, we'll see. It's just... I mean, melee is probably still the best. I don't actually know what weapon is like... I don't know what weapon I should use for this. I mean, Rapier is good, but Rapier is good because you can punish... I don't actually know if Rapier is best for this challenge or not. I mean, we probably want to upgrade like multiple weapons depending on what we're fighting. Broadsword binos. Is that actually like that good, Nick? I mean, guys, this run is gonna be pretty tough. Like, we need to be OP. But yeah, I kind of want to get Bonfire Ascetic so I can do parry walks, just for the hell of it. It is fun. I don't know if it's good. Okay. Fair enough. Let's hit a little random. Majestic. Yeah, I really don't know. No, it's not. Oh my god. Maybe I should make like a pinned message saying it's not fucking... It's not permadeath, because I feel like people are going to be asking that this entire time. This is just a challenge run. Not that permadeath isn't a challenge run, but... I just thought this would be a decent YouTube video and, you know, just be fun. I mean, I commissioned a guy to basically make this mod for me, and then I never actually played it or finished it, so... Yeah. I mean, I did play it, sorry, I should clarify. I did play it a little bit, but I never finished it. The PB 0 out of 41. Yeah, maybe instead of PB, I should put it as... actually, yeah, you're probably right. Too much text. It's fine. Although I do kind of want to make it maybe a little smaller. All right, that's fine.
Are you?
It's too small. It's fine. All right. Don't tell me it's too small. Alright, hopefully the mod is actually working. I guess we can't really tell yet until we go. I mean, it should be working, but I didn't actually check to make sure that the 2x was working. I mean, the mod works, I just maybe somehow I installed it wrong, but I mean, I put the folder in and I made sure that the directory. Dude, I have like no chin at all. Jeez. Oh yeah, I think I need to change... I don't think that makes a difference, but... is everything here fine? Hold on, I know... Sorry, let me check this. I might have to turn off anti-aliasing with this mod. I'm using the lighting engine mod for Dark Souls 2. And I know there's like, I think there's some settings that you're supposed to turn off, so just give me one sec. Turn off anti-aliasing. Oh, okay. Set in-game video settings to high. Turn off anti-aliasing. You can enable motion blur or depth of field effects. Okay, well I don't want that. Salad Squad wiped in XCOM. I haven't played XCOM or really seen much of it before. Alright, there should be double enemy. Okay, yes. There is double enemies. Beautiful. It would be cool if there was also a double enemies or bosses for Bloodborne. Hopefully there's no bugs with this. I mean, I believe... So Chains Boyo is the guy who made this mod, and I commissioned him to do it. And... I mean, I believe he, like, bug tested it. You think I can make them both fall here? Oh, this is so weird. Well, we got one to fall. And this other one... Fine. Nice. Our first boss down. Yeah, we do not get double... We do not get double boss souls. Double the difficulty. Hold on, let me see. Let me update the counter. You can actually do 3x bosses in this as well.
Inside me.
Getting the souls for one boss is lame. Yeah, it would be nice if it was 2x. I asked the mod creator if he could do... I believe I asked him if he could do 2x on the souls, but... I don't know, it's fine. No, I didn't finish the Bloodborne rando yet. I want to actually get like a... I want to get an updated Bloodborne randomizer before I try to like finish it. I don't know, the current one is just a little... It's got some like issues. Hello, Halloran. Yeah, this is with the lighting engine mod. I really don't know what weapon I should use for this, though. I am, like, slightly... I really don't know. I mean, Craftsman Hammer is probably a good choice. Oh. When is my Resident Evil marathon? I don't know, man. I mean, RE9's now for like 3.5 weeks. It's really not... Oh man, this ladder is gonna be fucked. It's fine. It might not be fine. Bruh. Okay, this is good. I see the way. I have 2 of these guys after me. Oh, no, 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 no. We do not want Melentia to die here. That is not good. We would need to reset the run if Melentia died. Like, 100% we would be fucked.
Stranger, thank you.
God, what am I doing, dude? Why? Well, if why are Melentia's hands so like blue? If Melentia dies, then we lose out on like 12 bright bugs, which I mean, I don't know. I don't think we can necessarily rely on bright bugs, but they definitely could help us. I mean, maybe we should grab this up here. Right, I always forget that you have like a limited amount of time. I guess we get... Do both of the lizards have... do you think they both drop the same loot? Like, can you get double loot from the lizards with this? What's in this thing, by the way? If I resort to hobbing with the bow... Yeah, I'm gonna die. Never mind, almost. Because the thing is, yeah, back to the Melentia thing. If she dies, then every time I kill one of the Lord Souls, her inventory
Welcome home, Ashen One.
won't actually update. You can't like get the improved inventory. Should probably get a club. That was bad. This could be rough without save files. Yeah, I mean, the limited bright bugs are definitely a concern. Bro! No, it's not It's not permit. Okay, this fog gate is gonna be a slightly problematic. I'm fucked. Dude, there are so many of them. Almost like they've been doubled. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't think 3x bosses is doable. Hell, I'm not even sure 2x. I mean, 2x should be doable. The main concern is like DLC bosses. Like Blue Smelter is probably the biggest concern. But I mean, if you don't damage him, he's not gonna buff up, which is fine, I guess. The twin cats are scary, but you can kill twin cats really fast. Oh god. The damage is pretty good. This fight shouldn't be too bad. I think he's already close to dead. Oh my god, he did the laying down attack. Alright, easy fight, easy game. Do you think the Pursuer strat? Oh. Do you think the Pursuer strat works? Probably not. Well, I mean, no. Oh, no. You could definitely hit one of the Pursuers, at least. I probably should have just Homeward Boned. I don't really know why I'm going up this way. I mean, I have 7 Homeward Bones. Whatever. Now I can talk to Melentia before she leaves. I guess that's good. Should I just buy her bright bugs? Probably not, but Bye, Melentia. Okay, I should probably go back and just level up. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like I could just kill Double Pursuer right now. The early game bosses in DS2 are pretty easy. Really not bad at all.
We will never meet the king. Seek those whose names are unuttered. There's
I could talk to her from so far away. What's up, Dara? Why don't I have a Majuli emote anymore? I don't think I ever had a Majuli emote. Fucking hell. What am I doing? What do I want to do? Get some strength, I guess, or... I'm really not sure what weapon I want to use. I mean, it might be a good idea to get a rapier and... maybe a rapier and like a mace. Do something new. Bro, this is not just like a meme run. I'm not doing pyros. And the thing is, like, the early game for this run is not going to be bad at all. But the late game with the DLCs is where I'm more concerned. Halberd power stance. Ah, yes. Let's use the weapon combo that does 99% of your stamina with one attack. My dad. Where's the cutscene? Come on! Oh! The double? Oh my god! This game's easy. Yeah, I guess the cutscene is like bugged. The cutscene probably is like bugged or has issues because of the double bosses, I guess. I don't know. I mean, most of the DLC bosses are going to be the issue in this run. I'm not really... Also, it might be a good idea to get our Estus Flask upgraded in this run. I actually don't know where all the Estus shards are in Scholar, though. The same as normal version. Is it though? I don't know. I should probably just look it up. Oh my. It's gonna be annoying. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work. Oh, no. Dude, fuck off. Whatever. I might be able to roll it back. I'm gonna try. Might be cooked though. Actually, I think it's savable. I just need to be really careful the way that I approach this. Nice. Once the barrel gets like against a wall, there's like nothing you can do anymore. Actually saved it. Luckily this isn't a speedrun, otherwise that would have certainly already been a reset, but... Not really in a rush here. Today, the first time you're doing this run. We tried doing 2x bosses permadeath before with the randomizer, but it was kind of bullshit. And yeah, I never tried like vanilla though. We were actually able to make it fairly far a lot of the time. But yeah, it was kind of scuffed. The thing about the randomizer is that it actually kind of makes it easier, except there's a few bosses that are bullshit though. Like if you do gargoyles in the randomizer, you have to fight 12 bosses. Like potentially 12 different bosses. 12 gargoyles is fine, obviously, but 12 like random bosses, like yeah, good luck. But at the same time in vanilla, there's also fights that are potentially more bullshit, because, well, not more bullshit than 12 random bosses and gargoyles, but, you know, if you're doing a 2x randomizer, and let's say you're fighting Blue Smelter, you know, Blue Smelter could be Covetous Demon plus, you know, or Dragon Slayer, or like Dragon Rider plus Flexile, or, you know, you could get some like super easy combo, so. It's like some bosses are more bullshit and other bosses are easier, basically. Alright, sorry, I'm like sitting here yapping. Alright, let's get +1 Craftsman Hammer. I'm gonna buy a rapier. I think we should probably... I mean, if we want to do parry walks, which I kind of do, I guess we should do it right. We should probably kill Maulin right now. I need 20 strength, 10 dex, okay. Am I even gonna have enough for this? How much does the skirt cost? Can't remember. I really don't want to screw I don't want to screw myself here though, because we...
Okay.
Did I not rest? Chad, I'm kind of concerned about my actions here. Like, I don't know if I should have done this yet. Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing. Because I need to kill, like, what boss should we do next? No, you only need one ascetic. Problem is, I can't even use the Craftsman Hammer. I don't even have enough dex to use the rapier. I kind of need to... Yeah, we should probably just go do Flexile Sentry, that's true. I guess let's go kill Flexile. Can I get enough strength to use this? Strength and dex? I need 10 dex, 10 strength, okay. And then, you know what, we could go grab this as well. I think I have enough health to survive this. At 20? I hope. No skirt. Dude, I don't have... The skirt costs 15,000 fucking souls. I cannot afford the skirt right now. Oh wait, I do have the binoculars. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna die to that. I mean, we had the bonfire. Oh my gosh, I almost just ran off there too. You can never make that. Well, you're not jumping with the B button, right? DS2 sucks. Maybe it is you that are the one that sucks. You ever thought about that? Alright, well, we got +2 craftsman hammer.
Fucking hell! Fuck!
Craftsman hammer is like an amazing weapon. Mainly because it's super easy to upgrade to max. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to look up. Is there an Estus shard over here? Hold on, let me open this up. Yeah, so many of the
Majestic.
flask shards are behind branches and Scholar. What is the item called? Bone dust? Oh yeah, sublime bone dust. Let's see, where do you get these ones in Scholar? There's only 5 total. Oh, there's one on the way here. I'm not sure if we need the upgraded Estus, but I feel like it's not a bad idea to get, because, I mean, Estus is... It is nice to have, like, if you double chug super quickly, you get a lot of continuous healing, where you can, like, if you double chug and then you get hit, the healing will continue, and you'll end up at full HP regardless. What's changed in the mod since last time? Nothing. Would be funny if you did permadeath. I don't really think so, but... Yeah, I mean, if I was doing randomizer, then sure. I would be more interested in doing permadeath. But without the randomizer, yeah, it's just a little too... be a little too repetitive, I reckon. So is it up here that there's the Estus shard, I guess? I don't think I mean, I'm not even kidding. I don't think I've ever fully upgraded my Estus in this game before. Maybe in vanilla I have. Dark Souls 2 has some of the best PvE experience. Don't worry, I fixed that for you. Holy shit, this place is... Yeah, we should be good just to kind of run through here. There isn't any other Estus shards around here, is there? Makes me mad when people don't share the same opinion. Yeah, it's bullshit. Oh, I'm dead. Is there a branch here? Let's see. No Man's Wharf. Wait. In the chest in the house with poison jars. Oh, okay. There's one branch and one bone dust. Yeah, but we already got the bone dust. That's not in the wharf. It's in the path to the wharf. Death counter.
Awesome choice, stranger.
Oh my god! Can I buy stuff from... Honestly, getting infinite poison arrows would probably be pretty useful. Alright, well, let's go in here and grab the branch, at least. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh my god. That is a lot of people in there. Oh no. They broke the door. Oh, nice. They do both drop loot. Oh, hell yeah. Double lizard
off.
loot.
Fucking hell! Fuck!
Only there were lizards that dropped bright bugs. Ah, here's the branch. Okay. Are two people gonna climb up here? Damn it. Still no death counter. Yeah. I forgot. A little greedy there. They're both so low. I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die, dude. Come on. Oh, that was greedy. Dude, they were both at like one fucking hit away. All right, well now I can fix the death counter. Oh. I failed. Well, at least we have the shortcut. That's the thing, though. You're going to be able to get comboed out so fast. Chat, I swear to God, you better shut up about the fucking permadeath. There we go. I did a really bad job of keeping track of targets because, yeah, we got them both to such low HP last time. You can actually avoid that attack if you're close enough to the boss and you're in like the perfect positioning. It's kind of awkward though. I think it's pretty precise positioning. Alrighty. Nice. Wait. Oh. Thought I was missing a ring. So we don't really need the pyro flame. Okay. Holy shit, this is so hot. Hey, Chris Germany, thank you for the 54 months.
Are you sure?
Wait.
Looking.
Wait, what the fuck is going on?
Are you sure?
Wait, I'm so confused. Did the randomizer break this guy's shop? I don't understand. I used the bonfire aesthetic, right? Yeah. I don't know, I'm really confused. I definitely burned the aesthetic. I mean, I had an aesthetic and now I don't. But this guy's shop never updated. I spent 15,000, which is how much you're supposed to spend. I'm like 99% sure. Why do I want to parry walk? I don't know, because it could potentially be useful if I get stuck in some situation, which I probably won't, but I guess we don't need to parry walk. I don't know. Isn't it 16K? I don't think so. What do you mean I spent 14K? I bought... Chat, some of you guys are, like... You just love being wrong. I bought 10 shields that cost 1,500. That is 15,000. That is what I always do. Oh, actually, shit. I don't know if I should have used Flexile Soul. Well, I guess we could always bonfire aesthetic if we want to get another one. Doesn't matter if you bought before using aesthetic. I mean, no, that's how I always do it. I mean, you can see that the guy upgraded. I don't know, man. Maybe I should just kill him. I mean, we don't really need parry walk. It's just cool. I mean, he's literally upgraded. Like, he's in his I don't give a fuck pose.
I don't need home.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just the randomizer. The randomizer just somehow messed up the stock upgrade. Very strange. Yeah, we could cheat them in. I don't know. I mean, we don't really need to parry walk. It's really not a big deal. I just thought it would be fun. I think we should probably just go down and kill Rotten as usual and go to the DLC, get the Flynn's ring. Flynn's ring is so dang good. Yeah, honestly, Chad, I don't feel like this run is going to be too bad overall. It's mainly just the DLC bosses that are potentially going to be really, really toxic. The double. Isn't there... Okay. In vanilla, I'm pretty sure there's like an Estus shard or like a bone shard here, or bone dust, but I don't think there's any here in Scholar. Let's see, where are the shards? Things betwixt. There's 2 in Majula. Oh, right. There's 1 in Forest on the platform where you fight the Pursuer. Oh, that's right. There's 1 behind Macduff's bonfire. In a chest behind you. I don't think it's here. Says it is here. I don't know. It's so hard for me to remember the version differences. I guess it was Scholar that has the bone shard there, the bone dust. It's the same DS2 run you did last time, but with double bosses. No. I mean, I'm not doing permadeath. I'm not doing randomizer. This is just double enemies and bosses challenge run just for fun. There's no chest there in vanilla. I'm pretty sure there is a chest there. It's just a different item, isn't it? I don't know, man. Whatever. Who cares? Okay. Yeah, there's a shard here in the gutter. It says it's next to the chest with the invisible Oros armor. That's somewhere to the left here. Oh, there's 2 poops here? That was dumb. Is that up here, or is it the ladder that's further by the fog gate? I have no idea where the Oros armor is. This is a door. I don't even think I can open this, right? Yeah, I don't know where this shit. I don't know where this shit is. Along the right side? Over this way? I mean, we don't necessarily need all the Estus shards. Like it's probably not that big of a deal. Don't mind me just doing my fucking casual playthrough of Dark Souls 2. I don't know where this shit is. Oh my Jesus. Oh, I'm dead. Scholar has one more shard than you need to fully upgrade. You never get the one in the gutter. Yeah, me neither. I don't know where this shit is. I guess we should just not worry about it. Quite frankly though, I don't actually remember how to get out of this. Can I jump across? Oh. I don't think anybody in chat knows where this shit is. Fucking Melinda. Just use life gems. Yeah, I mean, me too. Oh fuck, I gotta climb up here. Was under when I climbed that ladder. Under? There's... The lighting mod is making this too easy. I feel like it's making it worse, bro. Where is this thing? I feel like I'm just being one guide by chat. Because I don't see any other path here. You have to roll off by the metal chest onto the ledge. There's no... Onto what ledge? What are you even talking about, bruh? Play this like I've... Yeah, I don't know where... Dude, I don't know where this fucking item is. Holy shit. Right above you? But there's no... Okay, alright, sure. Let's see. Oh, wait, that chest. It says it's on a platform, though. Oh. This is a fucking mimic. Alright, well, I'm not grabbing this shard. I am not grabbing this thing. Whatever. Said it was a mimic. Why are you even telling me to go here, bro? What is going on? I'm just whatever. I'll look it up myself. I'm done asking chat for anything. What's up, Kyle? Oh, the Fallout finale is tonight. Nice. Forgot how to do the normal way. Bro, what are you even talking about? I'm trying to find a fucking Estus shard that I've never picked up before once in my goddamn life. So yes, I don't know what I'm doing because I don't know where it fucking is because I never picked this fucking shit up. Dude, every time I look over chat, it's just, I just feel more... It's like, what the fuck?
Holy
okay.
shit, this is so hot.
You know, I wonder how this works with the giants here. Can I cheese this still? We have 5 poops. the strat normally, chat, is you kill one giant and then you quit out. I wonder if that's still gonna work. Probably not. Why quit out? Because it's a glitch. Oh, what the? Oh, fuck. I'm online on Steam. Oops. Yo, Mitch. Thank you for the gifted sub to Lobo. Oh my god, it still works. What's up, Chains? All right. Oh, we need to go get the DLC key. No. Chains Boyo is the mad lad who made this mod, by the way, chat. You can thank him for this. Oh. I tried to jump, and I couldn't jump. What's up, Tiki? I don't know, dude. I pressed the jump button. Bro, oh my god, what am I doing? Out of max hollowing tutorial. True. All right. Here we go. I wasn't aiming enough to the left. That should work. Do I need any of this shit? I mean, probably not. Soul Vortex actually does a lot of damage, though. I mean, maybe we could pivot to sorceries. It takes like 10 years to cast, though, so probably not. Thought this was permadeath. No. No. This might be kind of scuffed. Although the Rottens are kind of big, so it should work out, actually. Yeah, no, this will be fine. Wow, my damage is ass. I guess I don't have old Leo ring. Oh, I should not have. Did I just get hit by fire damage there? Dies to easiest boss. Listen, alright. It's definitely not the easiest boss. Not when there's two of them. Listen here, you little shit. We need to reposition. We just need to chop off their limbs. Oh my god, why did I run into... It's okay. All right, we just got to get their arms chopped off. Let's focus. Oh, this is good. Yo, the other Rotten is just stuck right behind him. Oh, this is perfect. Ah, damn it. Oh. There. Oh no. Did the other Rotten just block that for me? We need to be careful. Don't get greedy. Damn it. How have I not chopped your limb yet? There we go. Yes. Yes. How am I missing? All right, I don't know. I don't know why I just attacked them. Oh, there we go. Nice. What's this item over there? I don't want to use too many human effigies, honestly. Because we might end up going through a lot of them. Seven deaths, 0 bosses. They messed up the counter somehow. Not sure what happened. The praying altar and a mana. Does that give you an effigy? Or is that like a infinite effigy? I actually don't really remember how that worked. I see. That's pretty nice. It's only if you have literally 0 effigies. Well, like, what do you mean by 0? Like, 0 in the game, like, on your character, or 0 in the entire fucking game? I assume you mean on your character. In inventory plus item box, okay. Oh no. Oh. Fuck. Well, rip 2 bright bugs. Huh. Oops. Should be pretty easy. I don't think this challenge is going to be too hard. Okay, you know what? I am annoyed that I wasn't able to get my butterfly skirt. Oh, there we go. I had to run it as an admin. All right. Now I can super jump. I'm gonna go get the mansion key. I did not beat 2x permadeath rando. I never beat that. Yeah. Let's go get the mansion key. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know, Salad. It depends on the game. I really want to make sure that I finish this challenge run before Neo 3 comes out. Just want to make sure I have enough time to do that. I might be down, though. Oh, God. The fuck is Yap Yap? There's this lad slop game coming out soon, called, I don't remember what it's called, but you basically, like, I don't know, I think the idea behind the game is that you kill somebody by accident, and then you need to, like, hide the body. Yeah, I think it's called, yeah, We're Cooked, or Oh, We're Cooked, or something. We're So Cooked. I don't know. Oh my God.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Hey, they all drop effigies, though. That's actually kind of nice. How am I getting through Horsefuck Valley? I don't know. I'm slightly concerned about that.
How?
Can I put some armor on? The armor in Dark Souls 2 does almost nothing. I mean, it does provide some resist, but it's really quite insignificant. Honestly, the Ring of Steel Protection is actually pretty decent, though, I think, in this game, if I remember right. I don't actually remember where you get that. We might want to get that for this run, though. Genuinely. If you talk to Lucatiel 3 times, she'll give you the +1 version. Like if I remember correctly, because when I did the rando, I remember when I got the Ring of Steel protection, I was like really curious if it was actually good, and I believe. Whoa, what the fuck? There's not two. Imagine there's 2 statues here. That would have been so fucking troll. Oh god. It's fine. Hey, where'd the basilisk go? They vanished. Reduces damage by 10%. Yeah, I remember it gives like a fixed damage reduction amount. Oh wait, isn't there a shard here? I don't know why I'm trying to pick this item up. It's nothing good. Just cheat in the +2. The only reason I'm cheating in the butterfly skirt is because the game bugged. I mean, I should have had it. I think there's an effigy over here. Where's the 2B outfit? No 2B. Sorry, buddy. Also, Luna Phoenix, thank you for the 3-month resub. I don't think there's not that many mods for Dark Souls 2. I don't think there's a 2B mod for DS2. That 2B came after Dark Souls 2, so. Isn't the skirt in the chest above the vendor? No. Wait, why are these guys visible? Huh? I don't know if I should have bought so much gold pine resin yet. Oh, it couldn't make the second one invisible. Oh yeah, wait, you're actually right. Wait, where the fuck am I right now? Oh my god, I am like actually kind of turned around. Oops. You know, it's funny because this area is really this area is pretty confusing, but it's not that big of an area. I think Dark Souls 2 is, I don't know if it's necessarily harder to mod, but it uses different systems, I believe. I mean, I'm just talking on my ass here. I don't really know for sure, but from what I've heard or what I remember hearing, I believe the engine of DS2 kind of complicates things, or like people aren't as familiar with it. Oh yeah, yeah, there's a bone dust over to the left here. I think it's in here. Doesn't have many mods because it's already perfect. True. That's nice. I mean, I don't even know if I'm gonna use this, but it's a drag. Oh my god, it closed again. I don't know why I buffed right here. Well, maybe one of the Notchkas will already be... Are they both? Oh. This might be problematic. We do a lot of damage, though. Oh, I'm dead. Maybe not, actually. It takes a while for that to fire off. What if you ride one? I'm pretty sure the riding strat will not work here. Oh, come on, man. This is just kind of slow. Oh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, I don't like this. Yes, yes, this is perfect. Oh, come on, man. Probably not my best move to get them all one hit away from each other. Also, I went to the DLC and then I never even grabbed the Flynn's ring. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. Really need to go get the Flynn's ring. Double Throne Duo. I'm honestly not that worried about Throne Duo. I'm not really worried about any of the main game bosses. It's all the DLC bosses that concern me. Ancient Dragon is slightly concerning, yeah. Maybe somehow I can only wake up one of the Ancient Dragons. Although they're gonna be inside of each other probably, so... maybe not.
Holy shit, this is so hot. There are twinkling tits here. Please don't interrupt me. Oops. Oh, come on, man. Please don't hurt me. Wait. 3 dried root? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? I'm so confused. Did Scholar change that? I thought there's bonfire aesthetics in there. Did Scholar change that? What do you mean 3 dried root? I guess it did. I don't think it's a randomizer thing. I mean, not that we're using randomizer, but thought Scholar didn't touch the DLC. Well, that's what I thought too, but I guess not. Come on, guys. Go over there. Let me kill you. Oh, poison does so much damage. I need to get this item down here. I'm just scared. Oh no. Almost just killed myself again. Jesus Christ. I just want to get these upgrade materials. They will
definitely come in handy.
Oh my god. Not used to there being 2 bugs there. Have I done a run with the crystal sword? Is that actually what it's called? I don't think I've used the crystal sword then. Oh shit. Oh, this is concerning. Why does everything do poison in this DLC? Hold on, there's 3 twinkling knights I want here. What do you think is going to be the hardest fight in this run, chat? Oh my god. Yeah, 4 cats is actually probably going to be not very nice. I don't know, you can kill Fume Knight pretty fast. Covetous Demon. Yeah, it's gonna be real scary. Would this be more fun on permadeath? No. Not at all. Not everything needs to be fucking permadeath, chat.
And I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with my level ups. I can't remember if it's 96 or 95 agility. It's whatever though. Yeah, we should probably try to use Sacred Oath. I don't really think it's gonna help that much, but I guess it'll help a little bit. It's gonna cost a lot though.
Seek souls. Lest
Oh yeah, you can actually interrupt giving her Estus shards, by the way. If you, like, start a jet. If you... How do you do it? Oh yeah, you start a gesture. Oops. Did I bug her? I mean, this isn't faster at this point, but...
is that a shard you found? Here to see, however.
Yeah, if you're in the animation, you can just upgrade it and doesn't put you in any animation. All right. What's up, Romanticore? Did you beat Cairn? I'm actually not sure how far into the game you were. I think I'm guessing you probably didn't. I think you have a decent amount left. I don't think you could have beat it already, unless my memories. You're halfway up. Okay, nice. I don't really know where I want to go right now, chat. Did I upgrade the hammer to +5? I did. Alright. Well, let's go kill, let me fix my armor as well. Oh, man. Oh god, the path to Dragon Slayer is gonna be so ass. Alright, it's time for window skip. Oops. I was not ready. Dude, what the fuck was going on with Hobbs' stream yesterday? Oh, come on, man. Dude, I went into Hobbs' stream and I was like, what the fuck? Like,
he was so hyper and he was going fucking crazy. Oh my god, how am I failing this? Just usual hobbing. True. This isn't good. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We're not fine. Dude, I don't know how I'm messing this up. I feel like I'm doing the inputs right. Use normal skip? I don't even know what normal skip is. Oh, you mean the parry walk skip? I feel like somehow the turn, I don't know, somehow the turning is like preventing me from equipping. I don't know. I'm probably just making excuses. I feel like I'm doing it right. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it is chat's fault. That's true. It's always chat's fault. There we go.
And awesome choice, stranger.
Oh. There are going to be 12 gargoyles. Yes. Yeah, I had a feeling Rune Sentinels would be pretty easy. Almost no hit. Yeah, they're very weak to strike. That was disappointingly easy. Well, sorry to disappoint you. This game would be too easy even with triple bosses. I mean, some of the bosses would be fine with triple, but others would be, in my opinion, almost impossible. Do we have another branch? We have 2. Funny seeing like you kill the enemy and then another one like pops out of it. Hey Cashmere, thank you for the 59 months. Yeah, no, this is not randomizer. This is just the normal game, but everything is double. Oh gosh. So it's Scholar, it's Giga Scholar. But yeah, that is kind of how Scholar works in the first place. You're not wrong. Means double runes. Well, you get double from the enemies. The bosses don't give double though. Would be nice if they did. This should be permadeath, streamer. This should be permadeath. Permadeath, permadeath. Shut the fuck up. Double Sinner is going to be kind of sketch, actually. I don't know if we should do Sinner yet. No, I'm not gonna do double authority yet. I think we need soul appease before we do authority. Soul appease should help us a little bit. Damn, we didn't get them both. Oh well, it's just large shards anyways. We don't really need that many.
You print money. I like money.
Hey, Foodius, thank you for the 45 months. Thank you, dude. Is Night Rain still worth buying? I mean, I think Night Rain is fun. If you want to fight some new bosses, Night Rain... Guys, I think Night Rain is still worth it. It's a fun game, but... A lot of people, I feel like, kind of just get bored of Night Rain after they've beaten all the bosses. Yeah, you can play it solo. Coming through. Yeah, it would be nice if in Night Rain you could actually...
Toilet bitch!
Hey, Kimi Citra, thank you for the 5 months. It would be nice if in Night Rain
Go
you could
forth.
actually...
Touch the demon inside
These frickin'
me.
sub notifications. Make me lose my train of thought. Trippy, thank you for the 37 months. It'd be nice... No, it's fine. It would be nice if you could actually... Like... It would be nice if the game wasn't completely random.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
You should be able to get good relics by putting in the time. At the same time, though, the game isn't balanced around you having the best relics possible. Like, if it was possible to get best in slot relics, then the balance of the game would need to be, like, changed. Because people with perfect relics in Night Rain, it's like actually stupid. They just like two-shot the bosses. Yeah, I mean, there's some decent relics you can get in Night Rain just by beating the bosses. But I mean, you're still barely gonna do anything compared to like a best in slot Beast Claw Revenant or Shattering Crystal Recluse. Even with double bosses, this one is meaningless. Yeah, a lot of the base game bosses are going to be pretty easy. Like, the difficulty of this run is going to come to when we get to the DLC. But even in the DLC, I mean, I don't know, we can do so much damage to the bosses. I think even the DLCs shouldn't be too bad. I think Blue Smelter is the one I'm most scared of, or maybe Ancient Dragon. I don't know, fighting 2 Ancient Dragons at once is, like, horrible. Will I do No Invisava. What about Double Sin? I'm not that worried about Sin. I mean, I think Sin will be manageable. He's kind of slow. I mean, Gang Squad is fine. Gang Squad is already bullshit as it is. What's a little bit more bullshit? God, the double. Getting double drops is pretty nice from the lizards, I gotta say. Also, Zen, thank you so much for the 5,000 bits, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't even see that. Thank you so much, Zen. Oh god. It's a lot of fucking spiders. Oh, I really should have, I'm gonna die here, dude. I don't know. Oh my god. I should have lit a torch. My goodness. No! I really should have used... I don't know, I probably should have used a bright bug here. I just need to kill... Okay, no. We can do this, I just gotta kill one of them. Luckily, they just... She only has one long-range attack. Oh, nice, we got her. Actually, we probably don't want to use bright bugs for, like, base game bosses. We already wasted 2 bright bugs as well. Oh, I almost just got webbed. That could have been really bad. No! Do I know of the wet status bright bug glitch? Yeah, I know. I know of it. What of it? I don't really think that's very relevant for this run anyways. Can't get a spare branch. Glass mouse pad? That sounds sus. I didn't know there were... It's meta with FPS nerds? Really? I've never even heard of that. I didn't even know there were glass mouse pads. Like, what type of glass? Must be like... I see. That's cool. It's not meta at all. Some FPS players like it. Okay, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just reading the messages in chat. Oh, we could get the rapier to +10. I don't know, maybe we should... It might be a good idea to try to get an ice rapier in this run. Hmm. I mean, we should probably get Inton Faith so we could use Dark Weapon as usual. And I guess we probably want to use Sacred Oath. Play a better game like High Guard. No, I didn't finish the Bloodborne run. Honestly, the main reason I was doing the Bloodborne rando yesterday was to test, to see if I could get any more crashes. Yo, what's up, everybody? Hey, thanks for the raid, Cake. What's going on, guys? Holy raid. Yeah, so for anybody just getting here, we are basically playing Dark Souls 2, except everything is double. All the enemies in the game and all the bosses are doubled. I'm kind of just stalling right now, trying to figure out where I want to go next. I guess we could just go kill Rat Vanguard. It's gonna be a lot of fucking rats. What was Cake doing? Playing DS1 randomizer right now without scaling. Are you doing it like permadeath, or are you just doing it just like trying to beat the randomizer? Permadeath? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm not doing permadeath right now. This is just like a challenge run for fun. Something I've been meaning to do for a while. Just to clarify. But I am no stranger to permadeath. I've actually still never finished Dark Souls 1. Well, I mean, I've done Dark Souls 1 randomizers, but I never tried, like, permadeath randomizer in Dark Souls 1. I should try it. I'm sure it's pretty fun. Do I have to kill twice the amount of rats? What is this? Careful, careful. Okay, Cake. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh my god, okay. I thought he was gonna bite me again. I thought I might die there. It's kind of scary. Yeah, that sounds nice. I'm not sure what the DS1 rando is like. You said it's without scaling. Yeah, that sounds I guess no scaling for DS1 must be so bad. But at least you have a decent amount of options for like where you want to go. Cuz I mean, you can fight Pinwheel, you can fight what? Taurus. What the fuck? I mean, you have Taurus, Gargoyles, you have all of, like,
I guess you got Quelaag and all that those bosses too. And you also have Butterfly and Sif. I guess even if you get like a bad boss without scaling, it's a more interesting challenge. Yeah, I get that. I totally get it. Scaling, I think the problem with scaling is that it makes the early game too easy, and it makes the late game way harder. But yeah, if you do no scaling though, the early game is super hard, and then the late game can be like really easy a lot of the time. There's not really, it's hard to find like a good balance. It's not really any like perfect way to do it, sadly. No, we haven't gone to the Copes yet. I want to try to kill Dragon Slayer. I'm just scared, but we can try. I mean, we're doing a lot of damage. There's so many enemies that I have to kill here. Do we just YOLO it? We are 100% dead. Oh no, that other dragon spawned so much further back. No. Oh. I like how these guys can just like, oh jeez. Oh! Pull it! Okay. I mean, now that we killed the dragon, I think we should be able to pull the lever. You can just brute force it. Yeah, there's still gonna be another dragon, I think. Oh. Yes, there is. But that's okay, because we can still pull the lever. It's fine. He's slowing down the enemies. What the? Yeah, did you guys like that bridge jump move? You were hoping that was too early? Of course you were.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Hey, Weezline, thank you for the 2-year resub. Yeah, that's the speedrun strat, chat. Oh, come on. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Holy sh... Am I dead? He actually just missed me there. God, you are so fucking slow in this game. Like, it's so hard to just... I need more ADP.
That's my bad. That's my bad. Oh, they're both AFK? That's good. Nice. Oh, my bosses are off the screen now. Hold on. That's awkward. All right. Not too bad. We should probably just go fight Sinner. I'm gonna level up a little bit more though. So did you know when she's sitting down it's faster to punch her? Oh, wait, I didn't do it right.
There.
How do you do it? I don't think I did it right. Oh yeah, no, I did do it right. Yeah, it prevents her from standing up. Yes. Alright, you guys want to see a cool skip? I'm sure a lot of you. This is for the people from the raid. No. Alright, well. Screw you then, alright? Wait, did I pick up the buckler? I think I did. Hopefully my keybinds... Yeah, my keybinds work. Alright. So we're gonna run into this ladder like so. This might be good. Might have gone too far forward, I don't know. I might die. Hopefully not. Ta-da! This is, I'm gonna die. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die here. I don't know. This is, oh wait. That's good RNG. Oh,
I fucking hate you, dude. Oh my god, this boss. Oh. That was really good. That was not very good. It's okay though, at least we got a hit in. Oh, I really didn't think that would reach me. I think we're okay though. Bro. This is why we have the Estus. How are you not dead? They're both at like 1 fucking HP, dude. This always happens to me, man. Like they're both at 1 HP. I really need to like focus fire one. It's not good to distribute the damage evenly. Like it's much better to kill one right away. That wasn't too bad though. At least Sinner doesn't do that much damage. Oh, it's so much to spend on Bright Bugs. It's like, I'm not actually sure if it's even necessarily worth it. Honestly, I would have done 3x if not for the DLC. I feel like the DLC bosses are just... DLC bosses are a little too difficult. Why they gave you only 1 soul? It would be nice if it gave you double souls. And like double like boss soul rewards, but it does not. Have I tried 3x randomizer in Elden Ring? No. In Elden Ring, though, you can get so overpowered. Just like now. The power level that you can reach in Dark Souls 2 is not even comparable to Elden Ring. I mean, in Elden Ring, you can do like 20,000 damage with a single attack. You are never going to be able to do that in Dark Souls 2. I mean, Elden Ring just has like 15 different buffs for your damage that you can all stack on top of each other. That's what makes you so overpowered in Elden Ring. I mean, it's hard to like even if you perfectly do all the buffs, you know, in a row, you still are gonna have like a rough time. I don't know if I should have went in Faith or not. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm fucking doing with my build right now, chat.
I want to use Dark Weapon, but we need more stats. Do I have any bonfire aesthetics? No. Let's go do... I mean, we did Sinner, we did Freya, we did Rotten. So I guess we should probably just go do Skelly Lords now. One-shot all bosses with melee only. I mean, people have one-shot every single boss with throwing pots. Like, you can just become so overpowered in Elden Ring. It's DLC pots are insane. They're insane, but it is definitely harder to one-shot every boss with throwing pots than it is to do it with, like, a melee weapon. Yeah, I'm excited for Neo 3. Hope it's gonna be good. I mean, it'll be fun regardless. Kind of potentially interested in like trying to run Neo 3, but I probably won't. Also, Axel. Freaking Axel is like a runner who runs Neo 1 and Neo 2, and he already played through all of Neo 3, and he's probably like already in the process of fucking like routing and practicing all the bosses in the game, so. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just funny though. The buff routine is so long, I wouldn't call it OP. I mean... It's not... I think you're missing the point. The point is that you can get very overpowered in Elden Ring. I'm not saying you need to be able to one-shot every single boss, but even if you just use Golden Vow and Flame Grammy Strength and Physic buffs and, you know, just very minimal buffs, you can still become extremely strong in Elden Ring. I don't know if I want to try Chariot yet, actually. You know what, I might go... I'm gonna do a little bit of cheating. No, you don't get double souls. Would be nice. Alright, this is Scholar. Come here, buddy. Come on. I think going to the left is better on these guys. Come on, man. Fucking asshole. I can't parry this guy. Come on, man. Let me cheat! Oh, alright. These fucking arrows, dude. I don't know, man. I can't do it. There we go. Oh no. This is fine. This is fine. Oh, I'm not going the right way. Okay, well that's okay. We'll just go. We'll go over here. Yeah, this is a glitch. A glitch that was discovered a few years ago. You can actually airwalk on current patch. This used to only be like an old patch thing. But we figured out using the butterfly skirt, you can still parry walk. Go watch the new Ari trailer. What, like the live action one? Or I don't know, I saw some like live action thing this morning. Holy shit. Ooh. People know what makes the skirt work. Well, the skirt gives you the ability to jump. So basically the way that the airwalk works in this game is that you are using your jump animation to interrupt the riposte animation. The thing is, normally you can't jump in this game unless you're sprinting, but you actually can jump without sprinting if you have the butterfly skirt on. Which means you're basically able to do two inputs at the same time. You're able to like... You basically riposte the enemy and then you jump to cancel it. And you're doing them on like the same frame. God, that's a lot of people. I don't know, I kind of feel like maybe I should have done triple enemies. It's just, I don't know. Some of the DLC bosses 100% would have been like impossible to do. Oh. Oh yeah, there is a bone dust Yeah, we should grab that. There's also one in Huntsman's Copse. I think it's this guy, right? No. Oh, God. Oh. We got lucky there. I could have, dude, I could have just closed the door and it would have all been fine. I can't believe I survived that either. I thought I was 100% dead. Ugh. Yeah, we got a big raid from a Russian streamer named Cake, so there might be some Russian messages in the chat for a little while. It's all good. I mean, I would prefer if you guys speak English, but it's okay. It doesn't bother me that much. Oh my. Oh no. Please. We're fine. Alright, you know what? Hold on. I gotta go get some. I'm gonna go get some water, chat. Just take a short break. I'll be back in a minute or two. Oh my. Oops. I'm gonna grab this bonfire just in case. I don't know. We might die to double dragon. Hello. Double Dragon Rider. True. Here we go. Alright. Alright, lady. Can't even swing my weapon here. Invaders don't dupe. I guess not. I mean, I don't know if the invader system. Well, he probably could have duped it. I don't know. Maybe there was like issues with trying to dupe it. Why are the damage numbers so small? Maybe because I'm on 4K. All right, here we go. Oh. About that 3x mod. I mean, this fight was totally doable on 3x. The archer enemies die really quickly, and yeah, I mean, it's totally doable. Try the same wearing armor. Armor actually barely does anything in this game, believe it or not. It's not to say that it's completely useless. That is not good. Fine, full HP. This is why we grab the Estus. Dude, what is your reach, man? All right, we just gotta bait. We gotta bait the melee guys away, then go in for these guys. Boom. This guy is probably gonna hit me. That's fine. Meant for the finish. They have more than 2 attacks. They don't have many. Do they not have double the health? Well, no, they each have the same amount of health. It's just there's two of them. I mean, it's double the amount of health that you have to work through. No, I haven't done this. I mean, I don't really tend to do challenge runs more than one time. Oh, let me increase the boss counter. Have I seen the Nightmare Rando Seed? Yeah, I've seen it. It's alright. Maybe I'll try like the Nightmare Rando thing in Elden Ring at some point. I haven't really had too much of an interest in doing it though. Guard here. The room with the fire mages. Yeah. I guess I should probably grab it. I do only have 5 Estus. I was thinking about doing the Garden of Eyes mod, but the chat's probably just gonna devolve into people like... I don't know, man. I don't want to deal with like the negativity and the toxicity surrounding that mod, and chat's probably just gonna be annoying, so... Guess we can go get the Estus shard. I mean, it's fine. Like, I get it. It's not chat's fault. I just know that if I play that mod, there's gonna be people like... I don't know. There's gonna be people constantly coming in being like, you shouldn't be playing this mod. It's a paid mod. It's slop. It's garbage. Blah. You know, whatever. I just don't want to deal with that. I don't know. I heard that the mod is kind of mid. I heard it's kind of bad. So. Why is that attack so broken? These were like the most dangerous enemies in the randomizer. God, that attack is absurd. There's one more bone dust that I'm missing. Where is it? It's in... oh, Huntsman's Cope. From the bridge that you have to lower, go right and drop in the hole of the roof. Oh, okay. I know where that is. The mages that shot Force Lightning. I mean, yeah, they were kind of scary, but I don't know if I would call them actually the most dangerous. I know you're just saying that because I died to them once. Honestly, I think actually though, if we're being completely honest, I think the most dangerous enemy is the fire salamander. Oh, that's not what I wanted to use. This fight might actually be kind of hard. We actually already killed Freya. Doing a lot of damage to this guy. Oh, we will be able to kill this guy at least. Now it's just one Mirror Knight. Really should have their own HP bar. Honestly, I think that would make it easier. Not that it's a huge difficulty difference, but oh my god, what am I doing, dude? I'm actually just like face tanking right now. Shit. Well, I didn't really mean to do that. I was like, oh, I'll just go down, but then I remembered there's 3 bonfire ascetics here, and I might want to grab these, potentially, in case I want to farm souls. I don't know, though. I mean, I could do New Game plus Rotten for some extra souls, but fighting 2 New Game plus Rottens is going to be kind of annoying. I mean, I could farm Giant Lord for souls, yeah, but it's 2 Giant Lords at once. Oops. Yeah, I don't know what. Wait, what was happening with the lighting? Because I didn't even notice anything. I don't know how I didn't notice that.
Just, however.
Sorry, I just need to check something. Okay, I need 19 int and 18 faith. This build? Well, I want to use Dark Weapon. I mean, Dark Weapon's really good. I need more endurance, though. How's 2 Iron Kings gonna work? I don't know, actually. That might be kind of weird. Hey, Kisama, thank you for the sub, man.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
You print money. I like money.
A bunch of people finished the DS2 Rando Deathless thing. Wait, I already bought this stuff. What am I... Oh. Oops. I do not have attunement slots. Alright. I guess we can go through Amana and do, I mean, I guess we can do Demon of Song. Actually, I kind of want to go... Alright, you know what? I want to get the Ice Rapier. Because I think the Ice Rapier is better than the normal Rapier. We can also get the Red Iron Twin Blade. We have enough materials to upgrade 2 weapons to max. So I guess we just do Craftsman Hammer, Ice Rapier, and then the Red Iron Twin Blade. Maybe there's better choices, but that's just what I kind of expect to be the best. Ice Rapier, yeah, it's fucking good, man. Oh.
You know, I don't know what I was thinking. Oops. Gonna have to do a parry walk here. Oh my god, okay. Well, that was a skill issue. I don't know how to parry this guy. He's different than the other guy. I don't normally parry walk this guy. Normally I parry walk the guys with the rapier. Man, how am I not getting this? Oh man, I can't parry walk this guy. There's like there's a trick to parry walking this enemy easier. I don't. Holy shit, dude. This is good. How am I not parry walking this guy, dude? Fucking let me jump. Let me do it! That was too far. I don't fucking get it. How is this not working? What am I doing wrong? I actually don't know. This guy can get poisoned? The poison guy can... Okay. This is awful. Everything is awful. Maybe I can parry this guy. And parrying a dagger guy does not seem very fun. Come on, get over here. Didn't want to kill both of them, dude.
Please. There's literally no way to know when they're gonna do that attack. You just there's just nothing. It's just unwinnable. It's just you can't parry them. Why do you need to parry them? Because I'm trying to go to the DLC. Trying to go to the third DLC, but I didn't kill. I didn't kill Iron King yet, and I don't have a 1 million soul memory. I don't know what it is, but I can't. Finally. Cannot parry walk these guys. I think my issue was I was walking, like, every enemy has a slightly different way of doing parry walks in this game. Some of them, I mean, some enemies kind of share the same pattern, but I think those falconers, you need to parry walk when you're, like, close to them. Like, some people, basically, the strat when you... Wait, this fucking door isn't open either. I can't even fucking go in here. Well, that's good. What's my soul memory at? Time well spent. Well, that's embarrassing. I don't know why I forgot that both the doors open. The back door isn't open. Alright, that's okay. Well, I normally don't try to get to the third DLC early without opening the Shrine of Winter. I wonder if there's actually... I wonder if it's possible to still do it. You might still be able to interact with the DLC thing in the center if you run... If you were to parry walk and run into the wall, you might be able to get the game to bring up the interaction point. I actually wonder if you could do that. Oh man, I kind of want to try it. I really want to use I want to use Yearn for the Skeleton Lords really badly. But I need more level ups. So I don't really know where to like go right now. I guess we can still go kill Demon of Song. Isn't there like 3 Elizabeth mushrooms in a chest over here somewhere? Holy shit. Dude, what? How many? There's so many of these water monsters. think it's this chest. Oh, it's just one. It's 3 Crimson Waters, 1 Elizabeth Mushroom. Oh my gosh. Hey, Dryminator, thank you for the 51 months. I am tempted just to cheat. You guys think it's possible to run through Shrine of Amana? Just play normally. What the hell does that mean? Play normally. Yeah, I should probably just clear everything here. Oh, I'm dead again. Ah. Do not like this. Bro, wait, what? I fucking thought I killed them. What is going on? Wait, did they not die? Hello? We're safe in here. Close the door. Nobody can get us. Oh, of course you have 1 HP left, dude. Of course. I mean, I don't know. I knew going for that attack was greedy because my stam was going to be low, but I really thought I was going to kill that guy, and then I could at least just not have to deal with 2 enemies at once. And the thing is, doing the parry walk isn't really going to be necessarily very free either. Is she just like permanently on the ground now? And how did I not kill that guy before with the double R1? I guess I must have gotten a slightly like short range hit on the enemy.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Alright, it's fine. We got lightning now. Oh god. Oh, that's... I don't like that. I don't like that. These casters don't actually cast anything. They are... I don't actually know what is... Like, I don't know if the... like, why... I mean, they don't have staves, I guess? Which is why they can't cast anything. What do these ladies do? Do they heal? They're healers? Okay. It's just funny, though, because... like, they're not even close enough to... It's just... I don't know if I've ever seen them even heal the enemies there. Because most of the time you you approach here, and then the melee guys run up to you, and then the casters aren't even like close enough to heal. I guess I do a lot of damage, though. Holy shit. Oh my god. Broke my gloves. This section coming up is kind of toxic normally. I'm dead.
Toilet bitch.
Hey Kemi, thank you for the 45 months.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Holy shit! Oh no. Dude, this guy's... How do you block that? Alright, honestly, we should just... Okay. You and your fucking shield!
these shields are so stupid. Like, I can't... Okay, we need to just... I mean, I don't know. I don't need to kill all these guys. I just want to loot the fucking Red Iron Twin Blade. Honestly, we can just loot it. And just go. I just opened the door? Oh my. How is he not thought? I guess he's slightly above half HP. He's almost dead. I don't know why. Just put the cat ring here. Oops. Demon of Song is a cool boss, man. All right, don't hate. Okay, let's not die here now. Being paid by FromSoft to say nice things about Demon of Song. I wish. That'd be great. Okay. How many souls do I have now? 874,000. Man, I need to get 1,000,000 soul memory. Oh, it's already at 48,000?
I can't remember what actually triggers it to go to 48,000. I thought it was the King's Ring, but I guess it is Mirror Knight. Well, I kind of screwed up then. That's okay, though. I just don't want to kill Skeleton Lords yet. But I don't have enough... I don't have enough souls. Well, you know what? I guess let's just go kill... We'll just go kill Velstadt. Secretion. Sergeant. Such a pretty character I have. Thank you. What happens if you produce light? He gets very angry. What a jump. Surely double Velstadt won't be too bad. I mean, he's kind of slow. Well, sometimes. He's not always. Oh. Not always slow. Yeah. Yeah. I'm dead. I have to be really, like, careful with my attacks on this fight. Wait, what the hell was that? Bro, I just used my gold pine resin and nothing happened. Damn, that's some reach. Holy. Oh my god, man. Such a big hammer you have. And I hit the pillar. And I hit the pillar. That might have been kind of greedy. Just slightly sus. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Oh! Oh no, 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 not that attack. Oh! Nice. All right, we're good. Dude, double Vendrick is gonna be horrible. I wonder if they both aggro at the same time. God, double Vendrick is actually gonna be terrible. I will be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. All right. Do cats eat melons? I mean, they are in that clip, in that GIF, aren't they? It's AI. I've had that emote for a long time. I don't know. I don't think that's AI, but maybe it is. I don't believe it. Wait, why am I going here? Fucking, what am I doing? It's not AI, why would it be? Well, I mean, you could absolutely make a video of a cat eating melon with AI if you wanted. I'm sure there's somebody who has done that. What am I doing? I don't even have Ashen Mistheart. Chat, I'm Oldga. Forgot to increase the boss counter, I think. Oh, I also turned on my camera by accident. Hi, chat. Hi, Salad. Who's this random enemy? Is that the invisible enemy? Normally? Yeah, I had no idea there was an invisible hollow there either. I wonder if you could parry walk that guy. Or if does he die in one hit? You don't think they can attack you? Yeah, you're probably right. Excuse me, gentlemen. Oh my. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and rest.
You drink money. I like money.
Hey Jen, thank you for the 31 months. Oh, they both jumped through the wall. Oh my god. His sneak attack doesn't work so well when his head is popping through the wall. Oh, this is weird. This might be problematic. We need to upgrade the Red Iron Twin Blade, and probably should have leveled up a bit more. We really need to nuke down one of these dragons, like, right away. This is not good. Oh. Well, that's good. I think we might want to do NG plus Rotten. I don't know. Am I invaded? Oh. Fucking goalie. Why can't I rest? Oh, there we go. All right. Wait, did it work? I think it did. All right. I don't think we'll get one shot at least, hopefully. Maybe somehow the double bosses don't work in New Game Plus. Ruh-roh. The bosses don't work at all in New Game Plus. Where the fuck's Rotten? Did my aesthetic not work? You know, I wonder if somehow bonfires... Dude, what do you mean I didn't activate the item? I had 3 bonfire aesthetics, now I have 2. I feel like something is weird, like the bonfire aesthetics are somehow broken. Like maybe that's why the skirt didn't show, cause no, it says it's 2, wait. Bro, what do you fucking mean? Did I get... Cause I noticed that the animation got like bugged out last time. Bro, it stole my fucking bonfire aesthetic. Oh, great. My god, boy is tanky. It's okay, we've got a good positioning. Come on. Damn it. Oh my god, through the body. Oh! How much does the plus 3 Estus heal anyways? Of course, you go. Yep. That's fine.
Sister Fister?
He not dead? How is he not dead? Ah, there we go. Just I wanna chop off your other arm. There we go. We've got 1 million soul memory now. $200K souls. Man, I can't believe I got scammed out of a bonfire ascetic, though. A bunch of baloney. All right, we're gonna upgrade the red iron twin blade. And we'll get. We need attunement for Sacred Oath. God, we need a lot of attunement. Everything is so expensive. Resonant flesh could come in handy as well. Actually. Do we have any more Estus shards? No. Let's go to... Oh, shoot. I have to go back to Wharf. What happened to Bloodborne Rando? Absolutely nothing. I have plans to do more Bloodborne Rando in the future, but I kind of want to get the Bloodborne Rando... I want the Bloodborne Rando to get improved because currently it has no key item randomization, and without key item randomization it just kind of becomes like a boss rush, and you don't have to actually like clear the areas and loot the areas and whatnot. I don't know why I just jumped across there. I need to talk to the NPC. Guys, please.
Young people.
I already have Dark Weapon. I just haven't been able to use it. Young people. Hey, Tommy. God, Rapier does so much damage. Only, oh jeez. Here we go. We did Royal Rat Vanguard. Vanguard was fine. Rat Authority, on the other hand, probably not as fine. Okay, well, we have all the bone dust in the game. That's good.
Oh, majestic!
Okay. There's one shard we can get. I'm gonna run around and pick up a few Estus shards. One of these is a flask shard. There it is. And then where else do we want to go? There's one in Things Betwixt. I wonder, can you actually... I wonder if you can skip using this, this branch with the moon jump. Holy shit. Dead. Let's see. There's one in Drangleic Castle? Oh wait, we already got that one. Let's see, there's Shrine of Amana. Yeah, I did not finish the Bloodborne randomizer. My goodness. This section is terrible. It's not over there. It's... Is this... No, this is the life... I think this is the life ring +2, which I think still could be useful, but... Wait, where is this? I actually don't know. Guarded by an ogre. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't know where Sunlight Blade is. I'm sorry to say. Do you mean like that path over that way? Alright, you know what? We're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat. Not actually cheat, but, you know, we're gonna parry walk. Come on. Oh. God damn you. Nice. I'm out of here.
There's 2 super fast naked hollow men. Look at them go.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
There is one more Estus shard somewhere over here. What is max Estus in this game, by the way? Is it 10? Oh, okay. Wait, is the key not in here? And Scholar? Where's the key for the bonfire? Oh, it's up top. And I don't really need the key. I guess. Grab it anyways, though. Goodbye, Rona. Where is this flask shard? Is it... I think it's like past the boss, right? Past the fog wall. Waterfall is so loud. Judo, thank you for the 53 months, man. I think it's the one where you have to jump across here. No? God, dude, the fucking tracking in this game is so ass. I mean, I don't need the crystal lizard anyways. Okay.
Alright, we're just running around collecting Estus flask shards right now, chat, so... There's another shard... somewhere around here. I think it's like over this way. I'm dead. This is fun. Let's see. It says, follow your way down the platforms towards the bottom where a priest guy is shooting spells at you. Yep, I just died there. Standing in front of an entranceway near the where the massive spiders comes from. The massive spiders. Correct. Wait, is it in there? Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. By the way, is Ice Rapier a... Is it a Titanite weapon or a Twinkly weapon? Is it Twink? Oh no. I don't have enough. I don't have enough! I'm gonna have to go pick up more. God damn it. Well, we can get a bunch of Twinklies from the lizards in Dragonary. It's just we need... Well, we need to kill... Alright, you know what? Alright, let's... First off, let's go... Let's go to the third DLC, and let's go get the... Let's farm the Ice Rapier. Surely it won't take that long. I don't think the drop rate's that bad. We probably should just upgrade the regular rapier to +10. You know what? I was thinking that the Ice Rapier was Titanite, so I wasn't upgrading the regular one to +10, but I could have. We should probably kill New Game plus Rotten again. This guy's not gonna kill me, right? I don't know, some people have been saying the YouTube stream's been having issues. I could try to restart it. Maybe it'll be better now. I think sometimes it just bugs out. Not really sure why.
Hey, at least we have 2 chances. Four chances, actually, right? 'Cause there's 4 Radiant Life Gems there? I had no idea. I've always, dude, I always run past that. That's not, but 4 Radiant Life Gems is not bad. Do I even have a coin to pop? No. I could there's some coins I could grab in, what's it called? In Things Betwixt. I had a coin? Oh no, you're right. I do got a coin. Come on, baby. Ow. Okay, that's good. Maybe I shouldn't bother with this ice rapier. Yeah, it's not that much better. Like, this probably isn't really worth doing at all. I'm regretting my decisions. Do I prefer original DS2 or Scholar? I don't really care. I mean, for speedrunning, original DS2 is just better. I mean, in Scholar, you get a fully upgraded weapon slightly faster than in vanilla Dark Souls 2. But Forlorn can randomly spawn and invade you and end your entire run, so yeah, it's kind of cringe. There's an item. 1 Radiant Life Gem. Forlorn could be disabled by burning effigies. Well, it's not like you would do that in the speedrun either way, though. Because, like, the chance of Forlorn invading is relatively low. You can go through the entire game without Forlorn invading a single time, so you're basically just... Like, even if you could burn effigies to prevent him, you wouldn't do that in the speedrun. You would still just hope that he doesn't invade. Oh! Ah, scam.
Hey, at the very least, we are getting Radiant Life Gems from these guys. That's kind of nice. The YouTube frame rate's been shit. I restarted the stream. So maybe it's better now. Or maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, it's I don't know if it's a bug with YouTube that's been causing the lag. It could also be my... I don't know. It looks like it's doing it again. Come on, man. What is the drop rate for this? Maybe this is not a good idea, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to get an ice rapier. Come on, this is the one. Was not the one. It's 2%. I mean, that's not too bad of odds. We're killing the enemy. We're killing 4 of the enemy. It's not like I'm in a rush to finish this run anyways. Whatever, we'll get it. It just shouldn't take too long. It's okay. Look at that. We got it. Easy. We can upgrade the normal rapier as well. Oh, you need 15 dex for this one. Yeah, the ice rapier just has higher, like, oh, it also has bleed on it apparently. It's just slightly better than the normal rapier. It's not even that like that big of a difference. I'm tripping. I'm not tripping. It's not that big. It's not that much better. I mean, it just does a little bit more damage.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Alright, these Rottens are probably gonna one-shot me. Best boss? Yeah, there's even 2 of them now. Scared me. You want to see Ancient Dragon on this? Yeah. I am also curious about Ancient Dragon. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get his arm. I just wanted to kill this guy again to get some more level ups. I think we're gonna need to be pretty OP for the DLC. The thing is, you can't really get that OP in Dark Souls 2. Like, I mean, you can get very strong, but you can't... Like in Bloodborne, if you get super high level, then you get an insane amount of defense, but it doesn't really work the same way in this game. Why not grind Giant Lord? I mean, I may potentially do that. I feel like Rotten is probably easier than double Giant Lord, but it's hard to say. Yeah, we need to get a lot of ADP, like 105 agility, preferably. Let's see, is there any other... How many Estus shards do we have now? 5? Alright. Here we go, guys. Time to...
Bearer of the curse.
I almost got all 5 during the emote. Okay. Dex. Well, I can't. I mean, it's not worth using the Ice Rapier yet. It's only +3. I need more Twinkling Titanites. Dude, running to this boss is kind of scary. Dude, running to a lot... some of the DLC boss runs are gonna be so awful. What the... Bro! What? might be able to survive. Never mind. That's actually kind of fucking bullshit. Like he hit me twice with this fire breath and then hit me again with another one instantly afterward. That was the same dragon, by the way. That wasn't even a different one, I don't think. We just need to nuke one of these guys down, like, as fast as we can. I think I'm gonna die here, though. This is not good. Oh my god, please. Oh no. What the f... Oh, I'm dead. It's annoying that you can't really hit the dragon when he's doing the fire breath. I mean, it's understandable, I guess. Flash sweat would actually be pretty nice. Oh, I don't have enough souls for resonant flesh. I don't remember how long this buff lasts. I'm dead again. Oh, no, never mind. I'm dead. This is so ass. Oh my god. This is so bad. Oh. They just zone you so hard with the fire breaths. Yeah, flash sweat would help. I don't need to go to Rosabeth. No, I was like, I'll try to block the attack. I'll try to block the attack. That way I take less damage, but then it just it made me not fall to the ground and just instantly die anyway. Oh, I have like a bunch of deaths I need to add to the counter. This is, you know what? I actually think for Ancient Dragon, legitimately, we're gonna need Flash Sweat. Maybe we should go get it. We should probably go buy it, genuinely. Because Ancient Dragon is gonna absolutely cook us with the fire breaths as well. Like, we're probably gonna need to tank the fire breaths to an extent. I don't think Gower's gonna do anything. Yeah, I mean, Pharaoh's Mask would be nice. I don't even remember where you get that, though. People used to use Gower's Law for Ancient Dragon.
Oh.
Isn't that the thing that makes you... you know what, I must not be... Isn't that the ring that makes it so you can't get backstabbed? Or... Wait, what is it? What does it do? Am I not remembering right?
Just put it.
Not get one tap, but I don't... How does that have anything to do with the PvE though? I don't... Gives damage reduction when you get attacked from behind. Oh, okay. So what, I guess the fire breath just always counts as getting hit in the back or something? Is that what you're saying? Alright. Ancient Dragon will not one tap. Not with Flash Sweat. I'm pretty sure his fire does less damage in Scholar of the First Sin compared to vanilla. Could be wrong about that though. My goodness. Dude, running past this shit is awful. Oh. Fine, I can just kill the enemies 13 times or whatever, and then they won't attack me anymore. And they'll be dead forever. Dude, that is so crazy. Oh my god. Why don't you just kill it? What, just kill all of the enemies there every single time I want to go to the boss? No thanks. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, that was lucky. Holy shit, dude. Oh, that's not good. That was good RNG. Should have been able to punish harder there. Fireball? No. That's fine, I guess. Come on, man. Yeah, their fire breaths hurt each other a tiny amount. Oh my god. Nice. I love that this fire breath is just like a guaranteed to hit you twice. It's so fucking annoying. What? Alright, it's all good. What is this item?
Bearer of the curse.
Alright, we've got some lizards to kill. I don't know which lizards drop Twinkling Titanites, but we need some. Oh, there's two here. Nice. I believe we need 9 total. What is going on with the ground here? Not sure why the dragons aren't awake either. I don't know what's going on. Oh no. I'm dead. Oh wait, maybe not. We have 4. Oh. Yeah. Dude, what the? They're breaking all my shit. Is there really normally this many of these guys? What the fuck? I mean, obviously this is double, but like I didn't remember this many being a thing. You... How was that a miss? That's cool. That was fun. I enjoyed that. And they should have brought back the zip lines in Elden Ring. I like zip lining. Any more twinklies? Holy shit. Alright, well, we got all the oh, okay. We got all the twinklies we need. I want to grab my souls back. Yeah, Panda Squadron, thank you for the 18 months. Enverite, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Wait, did I pop Velstad's soul? Am I... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I thought I fucked up, but I already traded it for Sacred Oath. I'm fine. Wish this was a randomized run. The thing is, randomizer is like... Like, I thought about doing a rando, but it's just... Rando could potentially make it, like, way easier, even. I would just rather do a vanilla. Let's get the Ice Rapier to +5. Alright, we need 15 decks. So what is the damage of this thing? So it's 220 plus 115, 230 plus 1... Wait, is the Ice Rapier not even fucking better? I thought it actually had higher damage. Well, maybe with the scaling? Is this pointless? I guess... I mean, it seems like the scaling is the same as well. Maybe I farmed this weapon for no reason then. I don't know. For some reason I was thinking it was better. Rando and double could be fun. I'm not saying it wouldn't be fun. I'm just saying, and I've said this like 5 times already today, but the thing about randomizer is it could be very difficult or it could be really easy. Like, it's just not... You don't really know. Yeah, we should infuse. It's like it's random or something. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Oh yeah, it goes to 191 when you put dark on it. What about... Oh. Wait, so it's at 161, 161. Does the Ice Rapier also have... It has... Oh, so you get... Interesting. You get 30 more fizz, or... You lose 30 less fizz, but you lose 15 elemental. But yeah, it's still a 15 damage net gain. 4 times bosses. I mean, it's just not... It's not really doable, man. Being annoyed about having to repeat themselves. I'm sorry for... I just get tired of repeating myself. Sorry, I'm not a fucking bot for you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's honestly, it's less about me having to repeat myself, and it's more about this entire time I've been playing this. It's just people constantly asking, why aren't you doing permadeath? You should have done randomizer, you should have done this, you should have done that. It's like, can you just fucking enjoy the stream and stop being like, oh, you should have done that, you should have done this. Like, just fucking annoying, man. available. We got 3 more bonfire acidics. So yeah, this is at 191. Oh god. I'm gonna die. Why are all these guys aggroed on me? I don't know if I'm ready for Ancient Dragon, but we could at least run up to him and trade, and we can get the Ashen Mistard from him. Is there souls to pick up here? Do I have much? Okay. Oh my god. This is, yeah, double ancient. Is this run back gonna be possible? Yeah, that's another thing, like, we really want to kill Ancient Dragon first try, because if we don't and we die, I'm not gonna try it. We need to. I don't think I'm gonna try right now, because if we fail this fight and we die, then we're not, like, we're gonna have to kill everything before the boss. There will be a fog wall. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Can they be urined? I don't think so. All right, I'm back. You just want Neo 3? Yeah, me too, man. Repeated questions happen because not every viewer here is from the start of the stream. Oh, I totally get that, man. Doesn't mean that I'm not allowed, like, just because I make money from streaming and I can do it as my job. I don't really know why I'm like, I'm gonna try my best to not be a jerk about this, but just because I make money from streaming doesn't mean I'm not allowed to like get tired of repeating myself. We're gonna go get the giant souls. The thing is, there's some questions that I don't mind. Like, it honestly depends on the question more than anything. I don't mind repeating myself over and over again if I'm genuinely feeling like I'm explaining something to chat that is like meaningful. But half the time it's just like, I don't know, some questions just get on my nerves. Like, again, you know, I'm sitting here doing a challenge run and I have people that are constantly like, why aren't you doing this challenge run instead? Why aren't you doing this? And it's like, because I fucking want to do what I'm doing right now. Looking to what it's like being a teacher, yeah, I could not be a teacher. Yeah, they broke all of the Resident Evil 4 mods because they put an RE9 banner in the main menu of Resident Evil 4. It's actually insane. They added language options and removed Denuvo too. Oh, well, that's good that they removed Denuvo. Blanks had an RE4 update in the middle of his randomizer. Am I gonna get the Resident Evil 9 car? Probably not. No, I don't think so. How expensive is that car, anyways? Is there even a price tag for it? Do I not have the stats? 26 strength, 20 dex. 20 dex. Okay. Oh, let's go kill let's kill Giant Lord. Or try to kill Giant Lord, I guess. I feel like maybe I'm using a bit too many effigies. Hopefully it's okay. Wonder how much driving RE9 will have. Do you actually think you're even gonna drive the car as the player? I don't think so. I think it's probably just gonna be a cutscene. And they say we would. I mean, I don't know. They said Leon uses it, but I don't think that necessarily means... Might drive it like Jill. I mean, she's not even really driving it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's definitely gonna crash it, 100%. Oh, that's not good. That's good that I still got that off. Holy shit, I can't dude. Fucking see anything. This is such a camera boss in the first place, it's even worse. Even worse when there's two of them. Oh, isn't there a... Is the bonfire aesthetic here, or is it... Is it... No, it's further back. It's at that one. Thoughts on the first two Resident Evil movies? I can't say I really remember those movies at all. I don't know. I think I watched the Resident Evil movies when I was like a kid. I remember I'm pretty sure when I was in like middle school, I went and saw the Resident Evil movies. And I didn't even know that they were based on a game. Yeah, I never even played Resident Evil before until, oh, I can't get enough. Damn. I never even played Resident Evil until I started streaming. I was a gamer, I just didn't, I never knew of Resident Evil for whatever reason. To be fair though, when I was in like middle school, I mainly played like Halo and well, I played a lot of different games. But like on console, I played like Halo 2 and Halo 3, Gears of War, fucking Call of Duty, you know. But then, I mean, I also played World of Warcraft and I played RuneScape and I played Warcraft 3. You know, I played a lot of different stuff. Played like all the frickin' art, all the MMOs that came out. I played Silent Hill for the first time when I was on, when I was streaming, or when I started streaming. All right, here we go, guys. All right, we're gonna. We go. Wait, what? Guys? I think we have an issue. Oh, wait, there they are. Oh, here. All right. Everybody go to the center. You know, I'm actually not sure if the skeletons are doubled or not. I don't think they are. I feel like there should be more than this. Here we go. Oh, so close to one. No, it's okay. It is so satisfying just cleaving down those enemies. I love it. A flame swath. Yeah, flame swath would be really good there. I tried using the best weapon I could for like AoE clear. It was close. Should play Silent Hill 3. I mean, I've played Silent Hill 3 multiple times on stream. It's a good game. We're probably gonna get a Silent Hill 3 remake at some point. Though, well, I feel like Silent Hill 2 didn't necessarily need a remake. Silent Hill 1 is the one that needs a remake the most, if anything. At least I feel like that's the case. Yeah, I've heard Silent Hill 1 remake is in the works, yeah. I'm curious, do you guys like Silent Hill 2 OG or remake more? I feel like I still prefer the OG. I mean, the remake is definitely not bad. It's just, it doesn't quite hit the same. They removed some stuff from the remake. I mean, they made some sections like way more in-depth and take a lot longer. Like, Silent Hill 2 Remake is just way longer of a game than the original. They made the bad sections longer and removed the good ones. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't know. There's definitely some sections that drag on in the remake, I think. Like the... What is going on here? Is he... Is... Are they attacking each other, or what's going on here? Do they want pets? I'm actually really confused what's happening. I mean, it's just Covetous anyways, so whatever, but... It seems like they're actually attacking each other. Kind of? Alright, well, go to sleep, Covetous. Covetous has no idea what's going on anymore. He never did. I wish Elden Ring had some more, like, unique... Or, sorry, no, I shouldn't say unique, but, like, just silly boss fights or, like, gimmick boss fights. I don't really feel like... There isn't really that many gimmick fights in Elden Ring, come to think of it. Like, is the only gimmick fight, like, Rykard? Is there anything else? Mimic? Well, I don't even know if I'd call that a gimmick fight. I guess it kinda is. Fire Giant, yeah, I mean, yeah, Fire Giant kind of. Fire Giant just has, like, weak points. But I guess that's... similar. I think I might be dead, guys. Oh, never mind. The snail fight? Yeah, that's true. I guess there are a bit more than I initially think of. Skip all the enemies anyways? What, you think, I mean... The point isn't to kill every... The point is to beat all the bosses and beat the game. It's not to kill every enemy in the game. Oh no, I might die here. God, where did all these fucking guys come from? Jesus. Leda is kind of gimmicky. Well, Leda's... Fuck Leda, man. God, that is like the worst fight ever. Actually, God, that fight is so trash. Beautiful fight. I really don't I absolutely hate fighting invaders in the Souls games. At least like in a speed run. I don't know. I mean, I guess casually it's okay, but they're just not fun to fight. They really aren't. Oh wow, that was fast. Mytha's gonna die in like a few hits. What? That like hit the ground or something? Did any of you guys see Iron Lung? No, and I won't. Do you hate Markiplier or something? He's too sexy. You just don't care about the movie? Okay, yeah, that's fair. You just sounded like you could just say no. Doesn't have to be like, I will never see that. I will never fucking watch that shit.
Toilet bitch.
Oh my. I should have leveled up or spent my souls. Slightly concerned. I didn't even use a repair powder either. This section is gonna suck. We want to use Craftsman Hammer here though. At least we have a lot. Look at our fucking health bar, dude. I'm massive. It's a long bar. It's fine. Yeah, for those who don't know, this spell, Resonant Flesh, gives you 20% more HP. Pretty pog. I think it's best for us to use... I think the Craftsman Hammer is better here, because it does strike damage. And this boss is weak to strike. I don't know, though. Rapier's also kind of OP. Should be better. Blue smelter is gonna be so bad. Fuck, dude. Probably should have used a mushroom here. Smelter is just so rough because once well, I just need to make sure not to buff them both up to max. Because if they both have their fire weapon buff, then I'm like fucked. I think that's going to be the key to beating Blue Smelter. Is like making sure that he doesn't get that buff off. We probably should, well, yeah, for Blue Smelter, I don't remember what type of damage Blue Smelter does. I think it's magic, right? How is that plunge attack not working? I'm actually not that worried about the run back on Blue Smelter. I just need to, this is fine. We just need to focus fire this guy. And he's like almost already dead. Bright bugs are really nice, but at the same time, we have like a limited amount of them. I'm gonna just try to use them for the DLC. Is the plan. Honestly, I think this run should be doable. Like all the bosses should be manageable. I think if you were to do triple bosses, though, I'm not sure it would actually be doable or not. What's up, Zeke? Oh, fuck. Nice, we got a double chug off. That's good. Can I get 2 ring of blades plus 1? think I can. Wow. Nice. Yeah, we should go level up, actually, before I lose these souls.
Bearer of the until.
Okay. Can I hang out in Majula for a while? No. Kind of curious what Chariot is like. You hope Ancient Dragon beats me? Damn. Skip. Well, you normally never get that bonfire. Go get the urn. Is there really gonna be two of these guys frickin' riding around? Maybe they're like directly on top of each other. They probably are. Oh yeah, they're like hurting each other. I guess I could have just let them fight each other. Two of them are gonna pop out of this, right? No? Wait. No, this is definitely just one horse. Wait, what is... Oh no. Where's the other one? They're still on top of each other? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. This one might have not been tested thoroughly, or... Not sure. I mean, I think if I just chill, the boss will eventually die. I think that the clone is taking damage. Oh no, I lost my urn. I think we just wait. I'm not really sure what's happening, but I think that the chariots are like stuck inside of each other, and the main one is damaging the other one somehow. I think it's dead now. Wait, not yet? They're just... You know what? I think we can just wait. I think they'll just die on their own. Wait, what? Bro, what is going on? What? I did not know that that was a thing. Actually, I feel like maybe I did know about that at one point, but if I did, I 100% forgot about it. Insane. Well, yeah, I think it only happens at a certain health threshold, though, like 30%. Because he was running around just fine up until then. Okay, 19 out of 41. Do I really have... Man, I feel like I have so many bosses left still. I mean, I do have so many bosses left. I'm surprised we haven't killed more. Oh yeah, I should equip Sacred Oath. Although, actually I don't have enough faith. I need 25 faith to use it.
Thank you, Mr. Rat. Yeah, we're gonna go do Rat Authority now. I just wanted to join the Covenant so the enemies here won't attack me. I can just peacefully make my way to the boss. It's great. Why 19 out of 41? So people know how many bosses I've killed. I mean, we probably could do without a boss counter. It's just... now people will know. Alright, so Soul Appease is really, really good for this boss. Because you can aggro the rats, which, wait, is there only... oh, that's not good. I think I'm fucked. There's only 4 rats. I'm dead. Oh, maybe not. Nice. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm probably dead now, I think. The one fucking rat got eye-framed by my Soul Appease. Somehow. Yeah, the Estus heal speed is not very great. You ain't wrong about that. Alright, it's fine. We're gonna get a good Soul Appease this time. Just gotta go a bit further back. This guy fell on the rat. Okay. We're good. This guy's gonna puke. We do so much damage. Bosses down. What other optional bosses do we have? I guess we could do gargoyles. I didn't count Skelly Lords, Covetous, or Mytha. You know what? I think you might be right. I was gonna say, I feel like the boss count is just not quite as high as it should be.
I don't think I counted those as well. Now that you mention it. I'm gonna trust your word. I think you're right. Yeah, we did Chariot. I'm pretty sure I counted Chariot. Oh, come on, man. These guys drop Sedek? Oh, Twinkly. We just went to the third DLC to get the ice rapier. The Helix Halberd. Yeah, Helix Halberd's pretty good. I don't remember where you actually get that thing. Gargoyle is your favorite boss. In the randomizer, this boss is absolutely fucked. If you do 2x randomizer here, it's 12 bosses that you have to fight. 12 random bosses. Can there be repeats? Yeah. We seem to have a missing gargoyle. We seem to have... Wait, can I... They don't wake up automatically. Oh, you know what? I think this feature is in it where they don't wake up like automatically just because if the doubles woke up automatically, I think you would just be like completely fucked. Is there not a double here? And these guys don't have these guys don't have heads. All right, well, yeah, that was fine. I mean, gargoyles are just not they're not that dangerous or anything. If it's random bosses, that's a different story. Needs Covenant of Champions. I don't know, man. The DLC is definitely going to give us some troubles. If this was just base game, I would prefer to do 3x, but since I'm doing DLC, I don't know. I think some of the DLC bosses, if you were to do 3x, are actually probably impossible. I could be wrong about that though. I mean, when there's a will, there's a way a lot of the time, but if you have like 3 blue smelters, Or like 3 Vendricks all at the same time. I don't know, man. Three ancient dragons. I'm not that worried about Gang Squad, actually. I mean, hexes aren't that good on current patch. They're... like, the issue is not... like, I don't think you realize if you have 3 bosses attacking you, you're not gonna be able to cast. Like, most of the boss arenas are fucking tiny. You're not gonna have room to actually, like, kite the bosses.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
I mean, Soul Geyser would do a ton of damage, but you're never gonna be, like... I don't think you're ever gonna be able to cast Soul Geyser in a lot of the cases. Yeah, I mean, Resonant Souls are fast. I mean, whatever. I've said what I want to say. I don't know. I really don't think magic is gonna help that much, even if you're doing 3x. Trying to think, what other main game bosses do I have? Well, I mean, I guess we still have Throne Duo and Nishandra, and then we also have Double Dark Lurker might actually be kind of sketchy. Although, I don't know. I think Dark Lurker's probably fine, because, like, I mean, I'm used to fighting 2 Dark Lurkers in the first place. I just need to make sure both of them don't split up at the same time. Sentinels are already dead. I'm really scared of Ancient Dragon. Actually. We need to kill Ancient Dragon if we want to do Vendrick. I might kill Rotten one more time. I just really want to get a little bit more level ups. I want to get 105 agility. Yeah, this run really hasn't taken that long so far. The thing is, we're not at the hardest part. Like, the DLC is 100% going to be the hardest part about this run. Do you get double souls? No. I will. But no. I'm donut walling you. Wait, what? Am I? Oh my god, I think that almost just killed me. Might not be a one shot though. We have a lot of health. Got the other Rotten in a good spot. Slam. What's the plan for Ancient Dragon? I don't know. Try not to die. How's Bloodborne permadeath? It's fun. But the Bloodborne randomizer needs work. There's no key item randomization for the Bloodborne rando at the moment, which is kind of unfortunate. We'll get 25 faith. Alright, that's good, I guess. Oh yeah, we still haven't killed Iron King yet. Guess we should go do that. Oh, actually, no. We need to get the DLC key first. How far have I made it in Bloodborne rando? We died twice in Yahar'gul. Oh gosh. I might be dead here. Oh my god, what a dodge. Yo, what's up, Nick? How are we doing? It's going alright. It's not been too bad so far. I mean, I have all the hardest stuff left, though. I still have, like, all the DLCs. And also Ancient Dragon and Vendrick.
Does Resonant Flesh stack with Sacred Oath? No. Why do you? What are you guys? What are you guys talking about? Blink? I probably, you know what? I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like I kind of want to get the bonfire because Sacred Oath and Resonant Flesh stack. Well, clearly they don't. Unless you have to cast Sacred Oath first. Might be the case. No, I mean, you might be right. You might have to cast Sacred Oath first. It's just... there isn't any way to know if Sacred Oath... Which I don't know. Does Sacred Oath... I don't think Sacred Oath is, like, reflected in the stat screen. Well, Sacred Oath and Brightbug stack in Scholar, but you also... It stacks in vanilla too, but you have to use Sacred Oath before the Brightbug. Excuse me, gentlemen. You can see the armor bonus. Not sure. I don't think they stack. Where's the other one? I guess they both can't fight at the same time. Is the other one gonna come over here? Or is he just...
I don't know if we have enough poison, man. Wait, do we have... Oh, we also have poison knives. I think we might have enough, then. We could also potentially proc a bleed. Any bleed procs? Can you even bleed this guy? It doesn't seem like it. Oh my god, he's... I'm gonna use all the poison arrows, or the lacerating. Maybe we'll proc a bleed by the end. If we do proc a bleed, it should be enough to kill him. Come on, 3 more arrows. Give me a bleed. He's immune to bleed? Oh. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's fine. We still have a bit more poison. Oh, alright, we proc poison, so it's okay. He's dead. Epic. Resistances fire poison. He's definitely not resistant to poison. I feel like he gets poisoned really fast. Same with Smelter. Yeah, well, if I had an upgraded bow, we could have killed him a lot faster, but I did not think I would need to. Oh, I didn't have Ring of Blades equipped, though. Oh. That was probably making our damage a little bit worse. Yeah, alright. I will plink. Will that make you stop asking?
Alright. Oh my god. I almost just fucking fell. Hey, Cypher, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Alright guys, are you ready for the epic fall damage cancel strat? So if you come over here, and you aim at the middle of this, and then you run off, you die. I don't think I did it right. I may have messed that up. Let's try it again. Holy shit, this is so hot. I did die. Well, let's try again. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way, Cypher. And Lux, thank you so much for the 3 months. I'm going out for French onion soup tonight, by the way, chat. I'm excited. French onion soup place. Actually, I think it's the right side. Come on. Ah, yes. We're gonna skip all the way down to the bottom. If you want to skip down here, the best way to do it... Wait, can you not... I just messed up the inputs, I guess. You want to get like 1 foot off the ledge, like this, right? Turn around, and then do a jump attack. Very nice. Now you're it's actually crazy. You can just do 2 skips like straight back to back and you're just down at the bottom. All right. I need urine. We actually could just skip. We could skip going over here to get the scepter, but it's whatever. Excuse me, sir. Easy. And that was smooth. Don't you block the door. Yeah, something that's cool. I'm sure a lot of you guys know this at this point, but you can actually... So normally when you get invaded, you can't use Homeward Bone, but you can use the Homeward Spell. Very nice. Mm-hmm.
We have 24 radiance. Well, yeah, you need 18 faith to use Homeward Spell. What do I want to do? I mean, I guess we could try Burnt Ivory King. No, Dark Souls 2 DLCs are good, in my opinion. Resident Evil 9 waiting room, yeah. Well, I'm excited for Neo 3 though. Neo 3 will at least keep us busy for a little while. And then we also have Reanimal, which is the new game by the Little Nightmares devs. Neo games are the worst. That's like just your opinion, man. I mean, I don't think... I'm not as excited for Neo as I am for like a new Souls game, but I still like Neo. It's fun. Alright. I don't really want to use a Brightbug yet, because I kind of want to see what this is like first. Even you're not excited? That's not what I said. And the damage is really good. Is he not buffing up? game. I am excited for Neo. That's the thing. You're just putting words in my mouth. I said I'm not as excited for Neo as I am for a new Souls game, which is not that crazy to think about. Like, yeah, I was more excited for fucking Elden Ring than I was for Neo 2. Go figure. I mean, no. It's all good, chat. It's just it's not a big deal. I don't really know what to level up anymore. Because, I mean, agility goes up to... Agility in Dark Souls 2 goes up to... 100... 100... It goes up all the way up to 120, but I don't know if we should go that high. Probably more HP. Feel bad for Salad doing XCOM? Why? Why do you feel so bad for him? Yeah, I think we just keep getting HP. Yeah, Dex still gives damage, but it's not that much. Fire-resistant armor. I mean, we have the Flame Quartz ring. It's only the base one, though. But we might want to get the Mask of Pharos for, yeah, we might want to grab the Mask of Pharos for Ancient Dragon. I'm not sure. Let's see. Is our fire resist is... So by the way, chat, if you didn't know this, your resistances in Dark Souls 2, which I really like how it works in this game. I feel like it's so straight... Well, once you know how it works, it's very straightforward. It's out of 1,000, so 142 out of 1,000 is 14.2% fire resist. Flash Sweat gives us 300 fire resist, so now we're at 44%. 44.2. And then Flame Quartz is 50. So yeah, now I'm at 49.2% fire resist. And then there's also the burrs. Wait, do the burrs not stack with the Flash Sweat? Oh no, I don't think they do. We actually really need to be careful for the fire. Like we probably do want to use some armor. This piece gives 5.3%.
I don't know how much the mask... Does being wet give you a fixed amount of fire resist? I guess we can go check. Gives 100. Okay. So yeah, once... If we get the Mask of Pharaohs, I don't know how much fire resist the mask has, but we should be close to like 70% fire damage negation, which hopefully that's enough. Maybe we could also get like Fire Quartz Ring +1 or +2. Let's see. Fire Quartz Ring. Oh, +3 is in the second DLC. Hold on, let's see. Where is this thing? Oh, it's right. Okay, I know where it is. Oh, I didn't... Yeah, well, how do I keep turning my camera on? What the fuck, dude? The Witches set is amazing for Blue Smelter. I like how you can go through fog gates from behind, because there isn't any like legit way to get, like, you should never be able to go through this fog gate from behind unless you do a skip, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god! Holy shit, I was at 1 health. Dude, I'm actually at 1 health, I'm pretty sure. I can't even see my health. I'm pretty sure that's 1. That's actually 1. And I'm pretty sure I would have died if I used a Homeward Bone and not the Homeward spell. Because the Homeward spell is slightly faster, like 1/10 of a second faster, or something. Yeah, we have Flame Quartz +3 now. So yeah, now we're at 371. Yeah, yeah, I mean, we're at 67% fire resist now. And if we get the Mask of Pharaohs, we'll be at nearly 80%. So, I think we should be okay against Ancient Dragon. Oh god, chat. You guys. You guys are helpless. You're a lost cause. Fucking 6-7. Stupid. Alright, chat. I'm going out for dinner. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours anyways. So yeah, we're gonna call it here. Tomorrow we will... I imagine we'll finish the run tomorrow. You do so much damage in this game that I think double boss, or I think even in the DLC, double bosses should be fine. And Blue Smelter, like, if both of the Blue Smelters had, if they were fully buffed up, then it would be really, really cancer. But I think because you can leave the smelters in their, like, normal form, you can leave one of them in the normal form and then fight, you know, fight the other, just, like, burst down the other one. I don't think it'll be that bad. And, like, double cats also die super fast. Burnt Ivory King might actually be one of the harder fights in this, I think. Burnt Ivory King's probably going to be kind of brutal. And, well, the run back to double cats is also going to be terrible, I think. Because, double portals that summon mobs. I don't know. Some of the bosses have been a little bit scuffed in this 2X mod. Like, some of them didn't work, you know, 100% properly. So, I mean, the enemies should be doubled in the Burnt Ivory King fight, but I don't know if they actually are. Because, like, in the Rat Authority fight, there was only 4 rats. There should have been 8. And in the Skeleton Lords fight, the enemies that spawned there were not doubled. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out tomorrow. Apparently there's a new skip in Elden Ring glitchless. What? Hold on, I need to see this. What new skip? 15 seconds. Oh god, is he just gonna scale like the entire wall? You can what the f- You can like stand on the fucking tree there? What the hell? Damn, that's pretty sick. I actually tried to look, I found another skip, but it was not quite as elaborate as that. I remember I actually spent a lot of time trying to see if there was a way to like climb up and skip like going around to the lake, because going to the lake is so slow in the speedrun. Apparently the save is like 15 seconds, I guess, if you do it really quickly. Elden Ring's back in the menu. No, I don't know about that. I've thought about going back to Elden Ring glitchless, but now is not a good time because of the new releases and everything. Just admit you're bad. You know, I don't know, man. Just why is there so many people trying to bait me, dude? Alright, anyways, chat. Have a great rest of your night. I am gonna find somebody to raid. You make it so easy. Okay. Anyways, yeah, have a good night, guys.